I have lots of tasks. No. Secret passages. There are strange doors in the world. No one knows where they lead. Find out who's in the union box. Give them the mess hall and the whirling rags. They're not there today, but they'll eventually show up. Find gun, find badge, book clue. Okay, the pissing competition. Okay. Equipment complete the okay. Back inside. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Num num. Wait, what's this? Oh, that does voting stuff. Okay, that's what that button is. Okay.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. But it will not happen. The mug talk is exhausted.
Beautiful.
It's the letter you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. With the permeable arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back. Yes, it appears you employ arson, petty theft, spousal abuse.
Yes, however, it's a holdover from the early days of the RCM. Right after the rape again, I pray his love. Rail spiked through the head. He died.
You don't exactly. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
The square bullet hole murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead. Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day.
The couch in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They actually look like assholes. They look really cool like models. They look really cool like a rock band. Assholes!
Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual.
Sounds like hipsters.
Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
Murder at the hookah
Murder.
pub.
Tum tum tum. At the hookah parlor was a
Hookah.
case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
Really stupid.
Yeah. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open. Blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge.
So Cuckoo stood up, passed out, hit his head on the table and died.
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
Well, that's just stupid.
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, the words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? You. It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand. Your hand shakes. You're flushed with adrenaline.
Beautiful, beautiful. Horrific necktie. Okay, what we got here?
Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
All endurances, white checks unlock learning cap of endurance raised to 4. Yeah, why not? I could be a shit compressor. Does that mean I can get their body down now? To the body!
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you.
Yes!
It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself
Shush you.
empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
Step
The man
closer.
before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
Inspect his
The
boots.
material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow.
They are armor, no boots. Technically speaking, these are sabatons.
Sabatons.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species.
Okay,
The
look for
armor
armor.
could yield information.
Nice.
This is one thing he might actually know.
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil. Yes, bullets will fly. They always do. And the coil is fleshy and mush and permeable. Cast it in ceramic shell. Resist
Maybe we
death.
can just wear these boots and there's no need for the rest of the armor.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics. They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
Too costly. Yeah.
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Ka-ching, baby. Not to the
By
boots.
catching, do you mean, let's not log them as evidence? Let's steal them?
What was that about the constabulatory before? You need to push some buttons if you want to recruit a lieutenant in a conspiracy.
If it's on their feet, why not just start ourselves before more good men die?
So they don't get shot in the foot? I think our extremities are fine without a dead man's boots.
Oops. Well, no one said it.
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
He's not actually sure of that.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. Suddenly, your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch.
Punch it harder.
Your fist connects to the boot with the same ding. The sound does not appear to get...
Did you hear that? A click? This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming energy horizontally, from plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click. That's the sound you heard. See these lines?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether. Like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and pearly. This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Oops. That...
Brutal!
You're going to pull his head off.
Do it, Homo!
Pull his head off. There's no point performing an autopsy if you do. We'll have compromised. What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? Maybe we should concentrate on what's outside the boot and leave what's inside to the boys at processing? Just this once. Besides, there's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots. They are fused to his feet now. Why do you think the locals haven't scavenged them yet?
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down, and second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around. All right then, you can pay the hostel bill in honor points. How many honor points have you collected? Of course there aren't. You still feel as though there might be some honor points, and if there are, you've surely earned
one.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation...
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol and heartbreak. Your fist clenches suddenly.
He'll be riddled with
Decay
disco.
is creeping on the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened. Now, it disintegrates slowly, letting out a stink.
A map of the stars.
Turns around, please, for
I
inspecting
do
it
see some
closer.
similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
So am I.
Sudden ring fills the air as the lieutenant pulls down the zipper of his orange jacket.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of
Sexy.
a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need... Sure, just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his
I
neck.
could use a belt.
Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. Oh my, there's something on the belt. A familiar word that speaks to the thirst within you. Vermilion, in yellow letters, along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing for vermilion golden spirits lets you decipher the fading logo of the local brewery.
Extremely. Industrial strength. The kind used for tying cargo to lorries.
Like in a circus, when the circus leaves town and they tie a black-spotted giraffe to the wall of a carry pen.
No.
It's a-
More like in harbor. Like the one just east of here. I get the sense they used whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
Say this.
I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You?
No, you feel like it was something else. But what?
Yes, it often is. This bell worries me. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. I think they lassoed the brain. It's not merely polyester, it's steel reinforced. See these lines? This is where the wires run. I see rabbits for more than 20 strands. This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed.
The cadaver hangs from the car. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terror. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death. The corpse is dead silent. You have no idea why you just said that.
Who is he? He is male, 40-50, with an athletic build. Why do you think so?
For supernatural reasons.
There are no supernatural reasons.
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer?
His face and hands are pink for eyes too. The rest is greenish.
Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead. He's beating up, see the bruises.
I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silently.
Totally dead.
Dead.
Dabba-doob doob dead.
Something's coming
The
out
pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
Beautiful.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe he went to the toilet sometime before death. God.
Malicious laughter erupts in the yard.
Big said he's a...
The lieutenant's face is made of stone.
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
Fucking coin slot.
Means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up.
I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet, and his neck. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think.
Could it still be that he was moved after that? Maybe he was strangled by someone.
Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption, but we should still get him down before
But there is no breath.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's down.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it.
We could just saw the branch. Let's not do it. Maybe we should shoot him down. Maybe we can ask for help from the harbour. I'm out of ideas.
Climb up there and saw the branch? I don't trust that ladder. The assailants didn't use it. It's rotten and less sturdy. Honestly, I prefer a non-acrobatic solution to this. Clown cops climb tree, fall down. Enraged cop assaults children after falling from tree.
Yeah, worth it.
Cretin cop, they like that word, saws the branch he's sitting on.
Oh, cretin.
Literally. Local children report
Not seen that
corpse
word in a while.
mutilation.
Fuck yeah, climb that shit.
See, you're only making them do those things less.
Oh no. We should be very afraid of newspapers, and the radio stations too. We should be wary of enticing them in any way. What I'm proposing is, we save acrobatic tricks as the last resort. After
I think it
we've
should be
tried
our first
everything.
resort.
Oh, these have got to be the most fucking boring Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head!
How?
I don't know, you know, shoot up.
It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how...
Yeah, now we're talking. And
Don't miss! The pig's...
The lieutenant is undecided.
Take the shuttle turn.
On one
What's the
hand,
worst
he
thing?
wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
I actually don't.
But what else can we do?
Yeah, we can shoot him down. No.
I was really hoping we wouldn't.
Confirmed. It's unsafe. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Climb up there and saw the brand? I don't trust, honestly. I prefer none. A clown cop, cretin cop.
Fuck you!
See, you're only making them do.
No, I do not see the future. I made those apps using 2 decades in the Revachol. Yes.
Oh, these have got to be the most fucking boring multiparts I've ever seen.
Yes, we do.
He breathes out.
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
I'll blow his head off.
Take it!
Yeah, take the shot.
Silence. With and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge
Paper
5
cartridge?
tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger.
He's gonna fucking...
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as
God damn it.
he feels bad about his eyes mostly, just having bad eyesight.
Fucking it!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word.
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely. It's bad as it is. Go ahead. I'm not stopping.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs. Kuno's.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana pointer! Take it!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno?
Kuno is silent. The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground, and your...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth?
This isn't mere boundary pushing. There is a true suicidal rage in the kid as she's provoking you. Your field of view...
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty? Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is
Success!
that what this is about?
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down, for looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's... Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Who's laughing now, you little
Ace is high.
Oh. Come on, Kim.
The
My boy.
lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the customary salutation. Your palm hurts from the slap. It's precise.
I knew these guys were.
Officer, let's keep our attention. We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me. It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy. Yes, the 4 phases of a murder scene. 1, I can't say I'm fully satisfied with that part. We should search for prints, maybe. 2, initial examination of the victim. We were pretty good in our efforts, and the autopsy will provide another chance. 3, field autopsy. This will not be pleasant or easy, and it will have to be performed on the scene.
The fuck are they on about?
Cops are gonna cut his shit up next.
4 and final, transport of the coroner's case to the district morgue. I'll do that. God, it stinks.
Then we have someone else for the autopsy, like a doctor. Got it.
Good. In the meantime, we should try to interview Evrard Clare, the leader of the Union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor just east of here. Getting in might prove a challenge, though. Or we could ask around for the representative of the logistics company. My initial information says the Wild Pines have sent some sort of strike negotiator to wrangle control back from Evrard.
You could ask the garden for directions.
Yes. And those were the interviewees.
Let's go. Sensible auto-save time. Okay. Rest of the armor. Tattoos. Field autopsy. Interview Uniboss. Interview the Wild Pines rep. Got it.
The rotting man lies on his side,
Autopsy.
with his eyes looking
Autopsy.
straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
Let's get in
There
there.
truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes? That's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol.
Yeah, boy.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger.
I'd
The
be
bright
surprised
red
if he
paper
wasn't
is
silent.
covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with,
That's
Assistant.
you.
the corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says,
KK57. Dash. Next. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
the corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Mondial.
Mondale.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor.
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and
We're still going with March 4th. What else?
He looks on
9.
his shoulder.
Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same.
KK57 0503.
None. At least not after.
A strange word. Treatment.
Treatment.
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure. A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-Delorian burial rites.
Beautiful.
It takes him
Beautiful.
2 seconds to perform. Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside,
Light
like
drizzle.
drizzle. There is darkness in the elsewhere yet. An obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches. To make sure she is dead, more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide, the other an accident, and so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
Little guy gets further and further away, breakthrough imminent. Unlock a new slot to research. Oh, I need more slots. Yeah, why not? Empathy towards... Yeah, why not?
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think.
He turns the
Let's
body
see.
inside, check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots, tattoos.
He stands up, feet planted.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigger Mini. The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet. The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to the latex of the
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is
Gotta
congested.
give it a little touch.
Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max.
Thanks for the follow, Help Unio. How are you today?
Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation.
In addition, there's bite marks on face, scalp, and
Ligature mark.
been up to a lot.
Steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the bell so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Good thing we've got these chain cutters. Oh yeah, I'm prepared. Pet the
The
chain
hangman
cutters.
lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the bell to see the ligature mark below. Carefully.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Look for a good spot to cut.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread, rising
Let's
from
hope for
the
the
east.
best.
After some deliberation,
Success!
you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow. Snap! The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
Lovely. Beautiful. So is it help Unio, or how's that pronounced?
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
And as Neil closer, run his fingers with dark red groove until there's a gap.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest. Pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
He pulls the man's
No!
underpants.
Let's get out and see!
Fuck off, Kuno.
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant...
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
Marbling can't be good, can it?
You should touch it.
Doesn't sound good.
Doesn't feel like anything. A cold spot under your gardening gloves. Unremarkable and unalive.
My pig's so fucking ill right now.
Oh, your pig's pretty
bloody,
sick, I gotta say.
bloody Kunos.
This wasn't necessary. What's going on here? Why are you doing that? The lieutenant is unaware of what's happening in your head and why you're touching it. He merely expects you to write down his notes on the man's genital.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are all combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple
Ow.
of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin. We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars.
Where's my drink? There she is. Oi. Okay, write it down.
Last item, hands.
Pick up the hand.
The hand feels heavy, filled with decay liquids, like it's ready to explode if squeezed hard enough. You're suddenly repulsed, so much so you feel compelled to drop it.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling. I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Working so close to the fumes coming from the corpse must be hard. You realize suddenly that the lieutenant has been barely keeping it together these past 2 items.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
The internals.
Central nervous system. I have nothing.
Beautiful.
Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack
Beautiful.
that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
Write it down.
Respiratory system.
Back hunched, as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaw, and he opens and exerts more force. Both
Oral
hands are
cavity
used.
shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen, hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid, ripped from the force of the lip. No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again. Straight in that mouth of his. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything in.
Look deeper inside.
You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. All it takes is concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More meat and darkness. Mute silence as always.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
Write it down.
Hepatobiliary. NA. Ah. Are you a hepatobiliary expert? Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology. Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
The completionist in.
Like a toxicology screening. At this stage, I doubt Processor will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
You know, I want to level up that.
Brimming with cocaine.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging.
Write it down.
Gastrointestinal. Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Okay, that's just semi-fold. He touched the corpse, bloats lower back briefly. Keep the vola. Omit the vola. Keep it.
What's next on the list?
Description.
We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too. Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted.
Write it down.
And your opinion, officer?
Bite marks. Postmortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Kuno. His coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man, beneath the description of injury.
Right. Next. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. He is deep in thought, eyes fixed on the bright red ring around the dead.
Why do you say that?
I'm serious, I don't.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
I arrived at the conclusion through psychic arts. I can't shake this feeling he was doing something else when he died. Why weren't his hands tied? A big man like this would have had his hands tied when marching him through the gallows. There is no reason, it's just random guess.
Now you're just undermining yourself for the sake of it. What's strange is, I agree. I was
Psychic
sure we
arts,
had
baby.
our cause of death here, and now I think we should leave it empty, at least for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
First, how did it go?
It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy.
Oh, I do not see
But
that as parents.
personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We also requested
No
the
success means
toxicological
success.
screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order.
Now, you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you? You are proving a useful detective. The organization would miss you.
Please get yourself together. The lieutenant from
I need a copy of that autopsy form for processing.
Look at the man one more time. He slips red paper in his hand.
He's thinking, did I miss something?
Then establish probable cause. Tell me, who are you, dead man?
I'm gone.
Where have you
Into
gone?
the wild pale yonder. In the past. Way out in the west.
Okay, forgot to charge my headset. Brilliant. Whoopsie. I can see you're gone, but who are you?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
You are now, but who were you when
A
you were
killer.
alive?
A motherfucker.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, Cobbo. Maybe I was getting my rocks off.
Do you think you speak like that? What dialect is that? Do you be sexually aroused when they were
Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you? Captain Coppodromo, I fear we are drifting away, fixating on sexuality again. What do you mean? It's the power of your
Black frothy liquor starts bubbling on his lips.
imagine.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
He loves those because you're a copperoony. Look at all of them go.
Give me a
Do you want more? Coming right up, copperoony Rooney. Because you have loved it, me and Brother Copo. It was fuck no. You're no Rooney.
Of course not. My name is Raphael.
Listen to yourself. You're not a Raphael anything. You're probably just Harry or something. You might be onto something there.
What was it that killed you then? Love or communism?
Huh?
You said love killed you, but when you fell down, you said it was
You're
communism.
misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me. Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing that? Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating
Maybe
my
this will
murder?
lead to something indescribable, unforeseeable, miraculous.
The clown lips on the corpse appear to smile. Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can...
Do I remind you of someone?
Myself in the bathroom, a baby affected with harlequinism.
You sure we got out of that one? Coppellini. Come back later, Corpo.
Okay.
Amuse yourself with my frank manners. Shoot, Looney Root. Come back later.
Come on, miracle answer.
Run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough. The genitals in his breeches continue to be...
There is no need. Do you think we...
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination. And if you want for...
Not to mention the damage that would be dealt to the full...
It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by...
Fuck are you looking at, Beano?
Only if all else fails. Hurry. This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour. What if you think so, officer? I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my... It's too late to take him into processing today.
Success. At least I think that's success. The guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise through the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow, on the street, in the shop on the corner, and finally in the matchbox house, sitting by the window. White flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here. It's awful, a white morning, modern death, divorce, or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him, make him smaller. Nice. All motors caps raised by 1. Beautiful. Cool. Let's unlock another slot ready. Seems sensible. What have we got to interact with? We have the photo that I probably should have looked at earlier.
Stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but something's not right. Gone. For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without someone closer to the victim might know.
Beautiful. Okay, so we got clothes. Okay, might be worth putting that in the other hand. Pry bar, chain cutters. Cool.
Yes?
That seems fine.
Hello again, officer. Since the street sign's messed up? Okay. What, Wild Pines? You mean the company woman?
Yes, a representative of the harbor. She should have set up operation.
Oh, that must be the woman on the giant boat.
Northwest.
There's one...
She doesn't like that giant boat, nor does she like the woman on it.
I'm okay with it?
She's not okay with it.
What do you mean? Yes, sir. District of Martinez. This intersection is called Roundabout North.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident. Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages.
Rows of stalls under a broad roof, where silver...
I don't know. The harbor gates? Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet.
In the west is the miracle.
No problem.
Okay, now that I've got a flashlight, let's have a quick another look around here and upstairs.
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno-S.
Act on it, try to separate them. Kuno, psst.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it.
Fuck you whispering about.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can
What's up
still
with her?
fuck
She's
this up.
terrifying.
Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
It's okay. The pig's trying to pit us against each other. Not
Idiot. You bungled it up. That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand.
Try to fuck my Kuno. Try to fuck my Kuno away. Me and Kuno are
A chill comes over you, the wind from the boulevard south, lashing you. What's going on? Is an ungovernable youth on your...
get yours. You should.
you okay?
That went wrong. He took it as a compliment. Then he had a minus.
Kuno doesn't.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots.
Let's try and make the jump again. I really want to make that jump. Just need a critical success. Can't be that hard, can it? Or is there something else in here now I've got a torch? Or maybe I don't need the torch yet, but who knows? Do 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 do. What we got going on here? Do do do.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Failure. I'm gonna end up killing myself.
No, that's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up.
Sure. Just be careful, okay? Looks...
Okay. Okay, so we need to go back by 10. Do do do. Lord. So okay. What's over here? It appears to be a erotica without actual erotica. Can't understand. Who are you?
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
I am the
I
law.
know, sir. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
What is a book?
That is a book. They have stories inside them. A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your friend or beloved.
She is unfazed by your question.
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different... My pleasure. Anything else you'd like? Okay, sir. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse out. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the...
A sudden gush of wind turns the...
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals. And it's kind of like a puzzle. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Nobody actually looks like the guy in the picture. That's just a stupid fancy.
She looks at Dick Mullen. Dark, arrogant, violent. Likely, she examines the cover, trying to gauge the inner workings of the detective.
Of course not, sir. He's just a fictional character. He'll be no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
You failed to do... She waits intently.
I'm a detective.
Come on,
I deduce
anyone
you
will
are a
notice
girl.
that.
So...
No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it. Yes, sir.
What we got here? Book about pate? Pate. Let's have a little looky. Can't beat a good old bookstore. What's over here?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
She's right. Those curtains give off some eerie vibe.
Nothing. Why aren't you browsing the books? Don't you feel...
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, just as you're about to pull up...
Sir, don't touch that. I told you, parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Why? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't. You do? My God. Even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Thank you.
What are you, a coward? Think about the marvelous adventures waiting for us on the other side.
Lies. Rip them open. There is something mysterious about the curtains. You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like trinket. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and
I warned you.
This is creepy.
a heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens. What if you just break it down?
Success! Okay,
You
not so much
smash into
success.
the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Restored. Fuck the system. Worth it? Maybe? Question mark.
A barbell lies on the... It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Why does it feel so familiar? No, a memory from another life. When you...
Shop at all. Nice. Devon Johns. Money!
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting, wax-based magic translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkins. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. Just look at those...
And for what? The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscape, entire ocean, albeit dark and cold. This vision also feels a pinned postcard read. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words. Everyone is constantly teetering on the edge as time goes on.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner. The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans. Okay. Outside, a cold... This appears to be...
A radio computer. Just sitting here. We have one of these down at the station.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its... Nothing happens. Nothing happens. It's empty, like a bee.
This is where the memory should go.
Okay.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. Radio frequencies, it seems, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. Looks like a surveillance program. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, all of this is gone.
My God. It's as if the schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing.
Where's this take me?
Yes?
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. This ice bear is a hyper-carnivore. Be careful. A gust of freezing cold air rushes. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers. With you pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane.
Good question. It looks like a nice... I know. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had... You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen...
I don't know. Really? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if it's someone who owns a radio... It belongs inside a radio...
Let's finish up on this side first.
A thick layer of coal dust covered. Looks like this furnace has a face. It's dark and grimy here. In the dark...
What are you doing? Wait, really? You should investigate, see if someone...
A lush layer. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in... 3 dangerous stripes appear onto...
What? What are you doing? Please wipe your face clean, officer.
These 3 stripes give you strength in this dangerous realm. It would be foolish to remove them.
And this protects you?
Now grant me safe passage through the spirits to guard this place.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. Looks like it. No one has used it in ages. No sign.
A hollow ring.
Ouch!
You feel something in your chest. An unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Your jaw. Yeah. Screaming isn't happening. All you feel is pain and weakness. You...
Cop
suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
Well, I guess we load the game quickly. And try and get back to where I was.
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it.
Fuck you! If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can
She's not fucked up. Everyone...
Wrong move. But he's whispering still. You haven't lost him. Just...
Crazy. You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pig.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to who? Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer. Fucking yeah. Kuno knows you don't want to face this right now. This dark shit. Kuno faces this. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty... Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno
The creature peers at you both from fear.
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and see, look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it. Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho, cat burning shit. She does the snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't. Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people, crazy people, the fucking nackies.
Some things are too awful to dwell on.
Fuck no, she's not me sister. She's just a Yeah.
What was that?
She was in the... Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days. I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno S. Two of a kind.
Cause she fucking looks like Kuno. No one knows her name. Kuno... How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing. Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen. See, it's Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take...
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her. Sneak up on you later and fuck you up.
He may not be able to do it.
Alright. Now we can do business. Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Oh, don't hook him up with shit!
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need.
Okay, I need money.
Kuno doesn't...
I'll die before I squeal.
Okay, so we spoke to her, didn't we?
Hello again, officer.
Yep. Cool. Did that.
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized.
Good mailbox.
The box seems happy. Eat shit, pig. Fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
The mailbox collection being here.
The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. And then suddenly, you see it, over all the other graffitos. The box seems...
Okay. Where's the rest of the armor? Expel one of the passages. Find new box. Trash. That's where I'm getting around to. Cool, Sylvie. Yeah, forgot about that. Let's ignore her.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do...
We can sit on benches after we've solved the...
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit.
Just wait. Relax.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Hello, this is police calling you. Sylvie, I believe we met before. This is me.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not... There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Maybe, I don't know. No? Not me. No, sorry. I don't. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's film, or the one on the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know.
Garbage.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the Dock Workers Union.
Rip.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
I don't know what to tell you, officer. Yeah, go on. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful. It feels like you haven't worn yours in a long...
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and...
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know?
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty
That's
graphic.
not good.
Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it after.
Rip.
People tried to back away from you or even slip out of the door, but you screamed. I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects. There is silence on the other end of the line.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe uniform. I never saw you in any uniform.
Somewhere in a dank rental apartment, 2 police officers stand in the dark. Trash and liquor bottles cover the floor. Things are not. One of the men, trying not to slip on old newspapers, makes his way to the window and pulls the goddamn. Officer Michelle Elfboy Williams speaks to himself. His partner, Sundance Fisher, looks at the patrol uniform he's wearing, then at an identical suit frame on the wall. It's blue and covered in dust. Let's get the fuck out.
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking I am sorry about that. Anything else? No, absolutely not.
Rip.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. Just made me want to quit. Yes, obviously. You were the worst. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But, well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline, even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea. And then you screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman? That you'd fire yourself. And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself.
I seem like a bad person.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
Well, you seem worse than when I've seen Go losing up a little bit. I'm truly sorry.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened.
You hear a sigh.
Yeah, let's not press my luck.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Nope, that's good for now.
In the white sway feels...
Okay. That's good.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Yes. Guess what's yours?
Cool cop?
No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here. Oh, you know. Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, liquid shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say that. Of course you are. It's okay.
What we got here? The rigorous self-critique. Worth it. Okay.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please,
Fork
let's
in a
just try
world
to
of
enjoy
soup.
the game,
Fantastic.
alright?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Let's just do it. Let's go.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time has frozen.
Let go. Be the ball.
Merde! Bordel de merde! What the hell is your problem?
I have no problem.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespect. You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull. Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You ruined a pétanque game. We want our bull.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull. Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now why did you approach us?
Just talk. It'll smooth things over. Old people like attention.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by. In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really be cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets. If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present. And
North.
this coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual. Your money disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and greens. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. It looks as if it was abandoned, its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
The little brave birch trees. This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows.
Okay, I say we go back into the shop. Yeah, let's actually speak to the woman this time though. Oh, the girl's gone. Oh, the door's locked. Rip. Let's go back to Gart, maybe? Pawn shop, eh? What can we find in here? The plaque simply says Dell. I disagree, Dell's not here.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
Interfacing!
Why? What's this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the street 50 cents. But
yes. Buy something nice. A figurine.
did I mention that this...
That was a very smooth salesman's grin. Big men on big horses, clad in
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps.
Which ones?
This set of
You're probably... I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe.
He seems to have his own... The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved, and one especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Gold and orange. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Absolutely. I've tested it. Is the Harman Welshie W2. If police work means playing tapes, sure.
Like a beach party. With sand and sun?
Theoretically, yes. But we don't have time right now. It's generally murder investigation first.
I'll just
then
rock out
beach
with...
party.
I don't like beaches. It's not often that I see officers. What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Press your fingers on your lips.
It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what? Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn neat.
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Those triangle patches on his vest. You have a...
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster. Had to take Perolidon for radiation sickness. That's what...
He's taking it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do. There's a reason why everyone... So much No one's. Everyone.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built... The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, so I came to I like the
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Nah.
Another time, perhaps.
Do you happen to have any guns like the ones carried by the cops?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly...
What? Soul? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the chart.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to...
You weren't quiet. Yourself. You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life, and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then
well, that's one way to persuade someone.
Good.
15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. This has got to be the moment. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice.
It certainly does. Especially, she didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit. Truth be told, she was...
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the street.
Miraculously. His face does not reveal what's happening inside.
I don't like it either, but if she intends to commit crime, blame her.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
Of course.
I bet it's Kunoi's that's got the gun as well.
I doubt it, but I can try and I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
No one likes to see what you have to see every day.
Can't say I'm a huge admirer of wild pines, and I can't say I trust any silver-tongued spokesperson of theirs. Fortunately, I have no reason to get involved. What should I have for it? No, just people. He's been by the shop a couple of times.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already...
Sure thing. My apologies, officer, but
A needle in a haystack.
Sure, man.
Aces high.
Whoop whoop.
For the rest of the world, the aces high is just a cool Revachol thing. Politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket, just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades, and those cargo pants could store tools for hotfixing your aeros.
Nice. Rigorous self-critique. Nice. Actually, how do we... There's the door. Let's get out of here. Let's go back to the whirling thingamajiggy. Whirling rag? Whirling rag, that's the name of it. Okay, what we got in here? Lots of people. Gotta check out the door again, not gonna lie.
You see a heavy steel door. The door does not budge. The cobalt blue.
Yes? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent. That's a fair point. Alright, for the good of the investigation. What? This? It's just seasonal clothing. Where is this going? Interesting. I think it's called the brain. Okay.
Yes, a brain.
And something happened in that brain? I do not have a thing with Okay, I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force. Absolutely nothing. Good. That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my... It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity, and a geographic division. I told you, I can see you're disappointed.
He's glad to have shut down your...
That's correct.
That makes him a binoclard. Completely uncopped material, if you say so.
I can assure you, detective, that I've passed all the required physical exams within the last year.
You may not remember taking any little tests, but you're strong as a goddamn ox. Anyone can...
That's good to hear. No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips.
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Tap the side of your head.
Think?
The lieutenant produces his small... That's where his conversations with him... You're super lucid.
Good. Let's change the subject. What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? There's no reason. 3 days ago, during that time, the victim... Okay then. Was there anything else you wanted to know? What's there to say? The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its... Well, sort of. It's less a matter of... I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that.
Brilliant.
Time to settle it, they say. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in...
So, he volunteered to represent the 57th, but...
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
A tremble comes over you.
All this says about me
Another
that
after
is sent
effect
by
of
my
ethanol.
station.
Tell him. Tell him why it's you.
There's only be one conclusion. I am the finest sent, but outperform you in every way imaginable. I must be an augury and apocalyptic omen sent by my people. Don't be scared when I think I might have supernatural abilities. I was sent to teach you a lesson in style.
Style me. No, I don't. I used to. Plain clothes did the trick. For both of us, it seems. Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the... Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter.
He's actually glad it's addressed now. Look at you.
Ah, success.
It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations. I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far.
Rip.
Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you
Level
as a
up.
joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise. Excuse me? You have I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers, they say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
He's simply passing along frivolous interdepartmental.
Okay. Do I use a skill point for that, or do I? Yeah, I like unlocking stuff. These are more important than stats, in my opinion. Money, money, money!
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? A lot. For the room and broken window? Like what?
It's all about money.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
Oh. Let's go see if there's anything Lena wants to say.
Hello again, sweetie.
Nope.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. Tonight, you should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
What a nice guy. This is gonna go badly, isn't it?
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking. I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this.
Oh, Lieutenant. We're done. Yes, have you got... Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed? Game? Everything is just a game to you, isn't it? Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before... Oh, wonderful. Try to do that. Oh, not until...
Okay.
I really...
Oh, Lieutenant.
Okay, let's go to the carriage. I mean, sleeping on the street's fine. I'm not against it.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell.
Transporting closure. Regular people just call it the cage. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if...
No, that's enough.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps. Frivolous things you put on your...
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Did you want to put those spinners on your machine? You said something about a pawn shop.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Nice. Oh, they're worth quite a bit. Nice. I'm going to take a quick toilet break. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. To the pawn shop.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with
Let's
Yes,
sell something.
we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger?
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer.
Thank you.
He takes cash and then turns to you.
Here's the 100 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
Do as I please.
The windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time.
I feel it's important to settle this payment. Okay, what's this? Nice. What's this?
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. You pull the lever all the way up and nothing happens. Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday?
So that does that. What are these interfacing? Yeah. They look cooler. Okay. Pay the boy.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got... Well?
Somehow. Here. Sorry for the trouble. Let's be
Great.
nice.
Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance, starting tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Another thing. Great. Yes?
I want a karaoke. Let me karaoke.
The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant gives you. He doesn't like where this is going. You should punch a fucking hole in it. You hear the murmur.
Mirror door. Thingy. Let's go to the balcony. Okay. I assume we can do the whole debrief thing now. That was
Yes.
in the find money, pay car. Okay. Because Warlock on Wednesday. End of the day debrief. Join him on the whirling rag balcony out then when you're calling it a day.
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice. Like he's tired of hearing about your...
Focus on...
Your heart beats twice. The lieutenant...
Excuse me, I was lecturing you. I shouldn't have. You should consult a medical professional if you feel that you need help. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station.
This habit of dispensing wisdom has been brought. A moment passes. This is the door to the...
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss...
Let's go!
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
That's why it's brisk and blah, blah,
Where
blah.
shall we begin?
Where shall we begin?
We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameter.
Yes. It's been a long and we performed a cursory initial inspection of the victim's body. Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot.
Damn straight, I'm a sharpshooting cop.
I admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we missed something, but maybe the boys in processing will surprise us. We still have work to do at the crime scene. Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean. Not always the right people. We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's... We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
I don't like to waste time, you know, my mind moves fast. So try and keep up. I'm training for the long distance run. That's how we roll.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with the yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station coldly. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Wait, how can you be so sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to... The coalition government. And the RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Rebachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the Moralintern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
Nice. What do they believe in?
Believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something ominous. Something even a little...
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract.
For you, she is something painful. Though
the Moralintern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of a...
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad. But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me. Do you?
Things are bad out there, points to the city, we need them here. Brings the right to police. Okay, they've been an awful job here. Have you seen the place? This isn't humanism. We're stooges of the world's biggest organisation protecting private rights. On side, immigrants, liberal, turning into women. On second thought, I don't have an opinion.
In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
Yeah.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding, the dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Night. Captain Ptolemy Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes. Yeah, it's getting very cold now.
Level up! Noise. How many of these can you have? I've got one unlocked already, so... I feel like I should just put more into the psyche of things. Suggestion. Yeah, authority. Let's go for it. Time to say good night. See you in the morning, buddy.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your... more likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the... It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of... The shoe you found on the balcony. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. You mean someone else took your shoe off and smashed the window with it? And maybe, just maybe, maybe you... The fan stands still. The lights are on. The lights are off again. The switch must be broken because nothing happens. The air in the room is starting to feel like vaporized urine. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Okay, interfacing. -10, tool not in hand. Wait, what? Cut the faucets. Well then.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one
so
thing
close.
For sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
Rip. Well, I assume we want to close the door. That seems like a smart thing to do.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Barely looks like a fucking bed.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come.
Sleep is for the weak.
And then sleep doesn't come.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easy. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Okay. Is this a... Oh, this looks like a dream. Oh. Fantastic. I guess.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
I remember nothing. I was born in a hospital where people usually go to die.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there, One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick.
Sounds like a good time.
Go. Let it all be. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed. You failed Elysium.
What's Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Stinky butt. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing up. You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's some... Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head, like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry.
Continue.
Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Everyone loves a ship factory. Yay!
Good going, buddy.
Was that the most beautiful dream? Uplifting and rejuvenating. Is that how it's going?
Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse. You don't know. You don't know. Some broad that messed you up. It'll come. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to
Detecting is
yourself.
my life. I need more of it. I need to get more of it then.
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday. Despite your debilitating, you got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30. Don't be silly. There was no vow. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest. 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Suit yourself. Slow, sad shellman.
Window, door. Anything else I can do with the mirror for a change?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom
Nope.
wall.
Everything is locked.
In it, your face, adorned.
Cool. Need to upgrade to do anything else there.
The door is closed. This door, as you hold the metal, You sense the warmth left there, but still nothing. You should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole. But still, you should punch a fucking... You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not
Well, that goes nowhere. Worth it. So I've got two worries. I need money, as well as to solve a case. Good morning, kind sir.
I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him decomposing in my MC wouldn't let me sleep. I'm just glad he's gone. We have other... The Union muscle finally turned up, and they look rowdy. We need to talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast,
there are so many of them. Maybe we should call
wing of the Union called the Hardy. Everything points to the Dock Workers Union. The belt used for hanging him. The circumstances, which may, of course, that would just escalate tensions. In fact, even the death of two detectives might not warrant an...
He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger. Just calmly factoring it in.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them.
Good. A power move.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway.
Okay. So let's do a quick save.
Just a moment. And there's no public...
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call. The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it. To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This...
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it.
You have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist.
Interesting.
They should have returned by now. They were just going down...
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the...
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that X.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for... Oh, you're such a dear.
Of course, my dear.
Thank you, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well?
Oh, yeah.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast, hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps.
There's a touch of awe in the way she...
To be honest, this animal sounds like a cryptid. You wouldn't happen to be searching for some kind of gnome of Jeroma.
I smell pseudoscience, he's thinking.
It's simply elusive.
Establishment. I thought so.
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost.
Interesting. Maybe the fat.
I doubt it. It's not. Of course, most Phasmid sightings turn out. Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the. Yes, it can blend in almost. Oh dear. Morel can explain
so
it
your husband's
all
some kind of
much.
scientist.
Oh, yes.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological.
That's one opinion, yes.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities,
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles.
Less worried about husband.
They are,
Oh dear. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but
like most
his
people.
eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Trying to meet him on the street. That's good enough.
Oh.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him. I hope I've been useful.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. And I don't.
Or he'll be disappointed in you.
Is this...
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo.
Yeah. War story?
Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining... Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the... Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
The
lieutenant looked...
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure.
Of course, dear.
Let's have a little chat.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my...
Because I like wasting people's times. Oh, the other guy's gone. Well, I guess we can talk to the gardener first.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What are we going to do to you?
Why did you say that? Did you...
The union isn't going to do.
Got.
If anything, it is the RCM who do.
This is going to go well.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you, maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that won't.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You
Part of
might
the job.
want to start asking your questions now.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt, like we use in the harbor? Because we took it from the harbor where we worked. Then we went out back and used it to...
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the pulling motion again, savoring it.
We did this together, all of us, until he...
That's it, the game's over. Got the perpetrator.
What you have is 7 honest men who thought it forthcoming to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Yeah, but we're all bad people, criminals, the scum of the earth. Just doing our job. What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like
But
it's
you
nothing.
see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without... Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Who do you fucking think does?
Bow to the bearded man. The biggest animal dominates. Third, I'm guessing it's the big one.
That's right, asshole. Titus Hardy runs the Hardy Boys. Ain't that so, fellas?
I think you got your answer, Mr.
No, you did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper, fills out forms. The others can't read. But on that, you don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum.
Yeah!
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative for Wild Pines?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know, why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interest in things.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. So am I. Now.
No, fuck him. Murder rage never came from nothing. Hit him.
Why? And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Seminine written all over him. ex-Oranese special forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know.
Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Oranese goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna...
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right there.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's slight unease in him, suddenly.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't...
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grab. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took...
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter.
Despite the stonewalling, you can slip one more question in.
Titus, do not answer.
Fuck off, Carl. She's gone through enough without you harassing her.
What are you talking about? Embarrassment. If someone has been...
What you need is to get the fuck out of my face. I've had enough of explaining myself to you fucks. He's dead. It's done.
As you can see, these men can only take so much baseless scrutiny.
It won't be for long. It's true. She was the only thing holding him back.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. So I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything.
Rent-a-cop. So that's what this is about. Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now.
No. I's here.
The boys are too...
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy Boys, you...
Relax, Dennis.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man.
Yeah.
Easy, fellas.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture. Of the actors here, you could take another look at the tracks in the mud.
Oakley dokley.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Wow.
Rip.
Still not doing it. You're bad at this. Maybe you keep failing because you suck. Heavy workers' boots with...
I'll die before I squid.
Okay. Okay, what have we got?
Yes?
Let's head up this way. Or speak to this one.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a
The
traveler.
traveler.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight, no explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout. Yeah, imagine. It's been
Behind the laugh, however.
So tell me, what do you need? Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. The bosses, man. Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had saved 4 myself. It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like, a strike.
Ah, yes. From the Wild Pines. We'll meet her.
Anything else? Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's...
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms...
Time to arrest him.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of Falm cargo. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Ilmaran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Yeah, it must be.
There it is again. A little touch of sad. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm. In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold. It's hard to say. His gaze wanders. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. Above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never end to the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol. Through the check you cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist block.
Excuse me? Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way. What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, cop man?
Is that what it is? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and...
You lost your gun. Oh man, that's bad. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone. Don't be a stranger.
What's this?
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if a silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II." Not a good track record of mental health in that family. What did he do? You have high above you.
So what's my shirt do? -1 conceptualization. Get the tank top on. Looking like an absolute G.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods it's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter. No response. Wherever this woman is, your word.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave.
Okay, buddy. Who's this?
Bastards! We have a right to... Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Maybe you should ask them. We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scab.
Have fun. You shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. Why you want to meet that fat asshole? I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable
Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs.
Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
Why not? I see numerous reasons not to pity.
Let us work!
Scab?
What did he just call you? Oh no, not this again. You just got away from that fucking kid.
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay. Screwing over beats me. Gotta be bloody. Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. These scabs ain't begging. They ain't holding on to their integrity. Good one, officer. Imagine. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the... Oh. Good, good. What matters do you want to discuss with Everard? Suspicious activity? How? I don't operate in that capacity. I'm...
Beneath the jolliness, he suddenly...
Aye. Walk right? Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure. Or you could convert to his Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition. Not yet, no.
Nothing a couple of solid...
Sure. Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there.
Always glad to help out the RCM. You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still, I'm always glad to help out when possible. You know.
He's a chatty guy.
Okay, let's get back down here. Who be you?
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb.
Okay, what's here? Ooh. Pretty plants. Music.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and you need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them. Feel free to use it if you find.
Okay, so I need bottles.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath.
What is what? If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
A small cabinet on the wall.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock. I don't really know. No.
Nosafed, he'll.
Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutical.
Okay.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves. I don't know. Frit? A 7 to 11 grocery store. I think they think that the extra tea makes it funkier. Okay. I'm not a warehouse. I don't know. Maybe. I don't.
She looks up from.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. Not really. No. I don't know, really.
No need to worry.
Okay. Uh-huh.
You're
reality.
being more than useless.
You mean, what reality? Economic? I don't really know anything. Yeah. I don't know. What about it? Cool.
What's that? Is that cigarettes?
A colourful display of cigarettes. There, in that dark green glass. All.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Don't ask. Don't look. Don't.
Okay. Do. Okay, so there's money over there. What's this? Take that. I'll take that as well. Give it a quick autosave. Oh, I might be able to get to my coat this way. Well, I guess we're going to talk to the big lug. This could surely not go wrong.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
My body isn't unimportant.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done.
Show him the ham still got it.
Actually.
Jerking motions. Signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has You will be superseded.
It is, baby.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door
Come
to
on,
the
I just
harbor.
need you to move about 20 centimeters back. Push him out the way. You're right about all of this. I just need to go. I'm being serious. Your people have probably killed a man. I need to talk to your boss.
Enough with this begging. Bring your troops to the seminary. The walls will be lined with...
This is your chance. He's talking. No, don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive. Remember? Communicate. He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your...
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
Racists are generally not very good. I am not like them. I am craniometric
Likely story.
perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenology.
True. That is a noble cranium. But you got a hard noggin yourself.
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia. It is impossible to... This leads me
Level
to
up.
conclude you are not a... Your racial heritage is uninteresting.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both.
Don't be vulgar.
There must be some friction there.
Mr. Claire, also, to serve is noble. It jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate, you offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of what you need is to come to terms.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one. There always is.
Race is reality. I am not the first line of defense. The hard... Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman.
Go ahead. Don't be shy. Just ask for race secrets.
Do not be naive. I know the answer to the great race
Rip.
enigma. Why would I share it with a deformed infant?
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand, and he's squeezing it. It hurts.
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a...
The words to the song have changed. Say, I'm good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotical.
We still need to get into the hub. I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that Hulk.
Okay, I was saying something I don't. But he's the one trying to provoke me, but I was fighting bad, unsavory ideologies. I'm a hero.
We are not here on some political quest. We are here to solve a crime. Don't make the situation any more volatile than it already is.
Cameras.
The lieutenant. That's right.
Okay, come back to that after. Okay, you got a spell skill there. Let's... Okay, I guess... Let's get down there for starters. Ooh, what's that?
lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin, with the driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep. Large ashtrays.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia.
Okay. Excuse me. What's down here?
There's a pile of cheap sunk.
You like sunglasses, officer?
These are all
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super...
abort.
Damn, officer.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
No luck.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes. You don't like it? Sure, Squid.
There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy.
You find your hands deep.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first.
Something cold grazes your hand. Practical, and yet.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for...
You find your...
Economical.
Okay, that's the pawn shop. Can't go further than the bridge. Ooh, what's that? Who's this guy? Okay, we got little girly.
Hello, sir. I know, sir. Are you interested in a new and it's a bookstore?
Whoa, 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 whoa. You're fooling nobody.
Sir, are you... Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you...
Yeah. Okay.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. Be welcome, and...
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck, in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber.
Oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times. I am the proudest...
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most well...
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to...
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how...
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. As a young girl should be. With...
The woman before...
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelf.
She's attempting to mentally direct you towards the shelves. She only wants you to buy the goods.
Truth be told, but you don't learn about the important things in life. I provide the truth is available if you...
She smiles. A small mountain of colourful board game.
Yeah, I'm not too fussed about these things. I'm gonna bust my way upstairs again.
You see a set...
Excuse me, officer.
She's right. Those curtains give off some... Just as you're...
Sir, don't touch that. Parapsycholo...
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtain?
Why? I am sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. No!
Lies. There is something mysterious about the curtains. You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Aside from poking at it suspiciously,
rip them open.
You see a dim.
I warned you.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? Let's get the flashlight out. Okay. Save.
A heavy door with a miss. What if you just break it down? That's right. Take in your surroundings. Steady breathing. The room it's made of a solid, only echo. No one is there.
Rip.
Ow. Shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Are you alright?
What is going on there? I warn you, don't tempt the spirits, officer. Don't tempt.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. It's still locked and closed. That's right. The room, it's made of...
Well, I can't get up there this time. Rip. What we got here?
The display rack is brimming with water.
Oh, blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narrative. What does it matter? They're all the same. If you're a novice of the series, I'd...
Several maps have been attacked. The maps look old and faded. The north coast of to the east, Huron. It's somewhere. It's so small you can't even... No, Coal City is worse. No, this is somewhere to be.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. They're quite valuable, though they might not look... Yes, yes. Are you interested or not? Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
This large map, Ozon, in the northeast, a dust mite radiating outwards from you. You can lost little pearls of... The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of connections to other worlds. You have little idea what they are. Perhaps they are... This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biography.
What's on here?
These shelves are overburdened with books.
Okay. Well, I guess we're leaving here again.
The worn map features the patchwork grid. Your finger moves through the various streets. Across, finally, coming to a halt on the spot.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to...
Nice. Well, I was hoping that'd actually get me in map view. Rip. Oh, now it works. Fishman Shacks, church. Okay. I like. Ooh, what's down here? Ew. That could come in handy.
This coin-operated viewer is facing...
What's over here?
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. So many walls.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Pigs come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Then why are you sneaking up on me like that?
I mean, I ran behind you. It's not really sneaking. What's this? Ooh. Back speed, rhetorical, health. These are all good things, I think. Yeah, close enough. What's this?
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier.
Remnants from the revolution. These are over half a century old. Perhaps a crime of a sort ages ago. But no, not much. I don't have a...
Okay, let's try going in here. Sounds locked.
There must be another way into the building.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was...
What were you doing last...
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular...
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question.
It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend. Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking. He doesn't reply. Gesturing no with him. Someone hides behind a curtain.
My name? My name?
Martin Martinez. Good local name. Let's go with that.
No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. For a moment, the man on the balcony...
I am sorry, but I really don't...
But, hold on. What's that? It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Smoker on a balcony, eh?
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. He could be... He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building...
I assume a key?
A stone. Like there's a key beneath it.
This must be for the front door. We'll just have to go in and see.
There's one way to do it. I'm looking so pimped out right now. It's so sexy.
This door has been closed. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pier. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. No reply. This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps
Success.
like a...
After you, detective.
Not sure why we're breaking into here, but seems good enough for me.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov.
He's known as the father of scientific communism, also known as Mazovianism. He's still the White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young commune. The White Star, the photos on...
Bullet. Oh, nice. Conceptualization.
You hear someone. The walking stopped. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is...
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not...
Let's go. We don't have...
People just leaving money lying around. I'm not against this.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you...
You're still worried.
Now, what do you want from me? Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martin Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from...
Oops. You really didn't get...
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witnesses.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs.
Thank you. We should go check.
Ask away, policeman. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on every... No one lives there. It's impossible. I would know if someone... Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Great. Young people. They're worse. Oh, that one is a scientist. A future... I think he studies astrology. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave. That's what I said.
The lieutenant shakes his head. Come on, people. She mumbles some kind.
I'm no one. It's barely...
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats... A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles. A former architect stands before a slice of window. A room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air is red from the cold. She's breathing on her finger. Faint pencil lines on it's clean and empty. With rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes.
Okay. Red failures, heal 1 more morale. Check failures, heal 1 health. Learning. Noise. To the balcony! Let's have a look up here.
Hey, up here, Piggo. The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent.
You look like a
rushing down
fucking
Rue de
psychopath.
Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. And here I was trying to be polite.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil. The lieutenant is desperately searching for a handkerchief.
Boat. That's good.
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her. The woman on the boat doesn't.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Yes, we should go talk to her. She's a professional negotiator,
Progress.
though. I have the feeling she will be very.
Thought I was
You
gonna
should
do
take the
fuck
lead.
all with
Ask her
day 2.
unexpected questions. You know, do your thing.
Good idea, piggies. Can't you tell? I'm painting a... I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti? We rarely see...
She wants it to be something true.
Yeah? Thanks.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Do you know anything about Music Man?
I ain't no snitch, Pigstein.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk.
We weren't put on this earth.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in...
What did you think I was...
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Or what? You'll push me off this ledge and pry the bucket from my dead hands? Watch your back.
Possibly. Well, blue door. Come back, music. Ew, what's in here?
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand... Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Not familiar in a good way. You
Money, money, money.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes. Feels so familiar.
What's this? The apricot chewing gum scented one. You have found a trace of the entity who's been stalking you across the plains. Gloomstalker, conglomeration, shadowy organization, possibly connected to the dead X something. Grant possible to determine the true identity. Yeah, internalize. Good enough for me.
Yes, from the height of the sunset, there is a movement next to you. Why are you talking to a gum wrapper?
I think there's nothing wrong with talking to a gum wrapper. Okay, how do we get down? Maybe I have to go on the other balcony? Okay, what we got here? So we have stairs, we have a door, we have a box, we have water. Okay, so there's stairs that way.
You hear someone walking around and
Excuse me?
scare them. Suspected of... There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official.
Oh, come on!
That was smart.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here.
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her...
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words, Revachol Zone of Control.
Thank you. Do you have it? I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. But that was months ago. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes, and again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But
So preppy. She's probably on some low-grade...
a hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone.
Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. Now, don't ask me. Both apartments are now of course.
Okay. Let's check the other balcony. Which I assume is above the... where we spoke to Martin Martinez. Obviously not his real name. Okay, so we've got rubbish here. Ooh, money. Score.
This door is made of metal and appears to be number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if it...
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here.
Remember, tomorrow.
Okay, back inside. Okay, fumes. Ooh, bin. We like bins. A signal blue naval. Nice. How's that look? Oh yeah, shoes. I forgot about this. What do my current shoes do? Composure. Okay. Indirect modes of taxation. Suggestion and no half-life. But that does conceptualization. Suggestion. Meh.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet? Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your style, draping your flesh in silken leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world. Remember.
Okay. Oh, this brings us back to it. Are you telling me that I could have just got back down here to speak to the woman with ease? Hey, woman!
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce.
Okay, actually, I quickly need to take a toilet break before I start this conversation. Be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist...
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual.
Very unusual.
But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
How interesting.
Competency, I disagree.
Recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
Why, yes I am.
Not at all.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not? We are, and the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
She's been watching us.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not...
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol.
She's having a good time arguing.
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Leyte 19 because...
The word "it" feels strange. A breeze ripples through the cells and tugs at your head.
Okay. How about Cor de Leyte 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cor de Leyte, and its hull is 19 paces long. What? I think I'll stick with the factory name, but thank you. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
Eel's hips.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure...
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull. Qualified pleasure craft operator.
Why wouldn't it be? This is good. What we do. I'm afraid I...
She nods.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago. After that awful... Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Let's say I was not making the...
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss.
This isn't the first time the union...
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive. Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Every worker, a member of the board.
Over-aggressive, calmly posturing. Seems like you have no idea.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy. Personally, I don't think it has the same pizzazzo as every worker a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what? About anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever...
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana." The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not... Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one, of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous... He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does. And it's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the organized labor at its best, as they say. Then
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only... And your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hugs. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman...
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work, indeed. The company suspect the point of the presentation is... These kinds of things happen around the Clares.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Okay.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is enough.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors.
You're in, but expect her to...
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the term. The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stone, or you can recover your badge. Though, if I may be blunt with you, it sounds...
Detective, a word in press. This is not going quite as I hoped it would. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your...
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge... You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months. I'm sure you will, Detective. No. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope.
All around you, rain keeps falling down. On the wooden boards she's standing on, and on the water.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water. What I can do for you is answer... It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic...
Shit, yeah, baby. It's the party pipeline. Why would you want to shut that down?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual...
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local...
We're in logistics. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link. Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share...
You'll be indebted to her, in a way. But one step ahead of the Union in another.
We did. On more than one occasion.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know...
Well, here's your chance. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one. This is a limited time of thousands of liters.
Well, at least this so...
What is that, Luke?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in. On my motorcade.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. How do you think they're...
There was a shakedown.
With all due respect to these desert cat... Precisely.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not. She simply nods.
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the Bat's Day on the...
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
This...
The aim is to gain a deeper understanding.
Legendary. Nice. Okay, actually...
Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a...
We may be here a while, then. Ask away, officer.
All right, you're in. Begin with the first one. You'll appear worldly.
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all? Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot is. This place used to be a province. A workers. It's not really a sea. Yes. We're
Vast.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her.
I would be happy to. What is a preposterous... It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain.
She conveys it in short, cold.
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods. See, what this boils down to is, this reality thing is stupid. Blow this joint. Grab a bottle.
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie, out in the open somewhere.
Wait. This reality thing is the only game in town. She stares at you, head tilted to the side. It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close.
What I am not is a base...
Everyone wants to talk about themselves. She will, in time. A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway.
A bird?
She tilts her head up.
Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah! This is the pier of or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And this one used to be 8 to 10 stories, mostly the urban... Splat, splat. Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music. She prefers a fantasy world. An infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. Young people who dye their hair... All right. What next? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. More lessons in basic... Glad to have been of course,
Okay. Working-class woman.
Hello? Me? No one. I'm...
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much.
looking for something to read. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
What with?
This citizen thinks she can do without your assistance. Her hands move over the book.
My husband? No, he's... I don't know. At home?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but no. Why are we still talking?
She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her.
What? Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me. My husband is not missing.
But he is. You can feel it.
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being...
For what it's worth, I agree. But
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what? Great. Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the...
Wonderful. The store? No, absolutely. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing.
You know where they are. There. What if something horrible has happened? What if...
What? They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just... Why do you need to know this?
Did someone say party? You could use a party. Hunting.
There is no
The woman before.
You've been.
The dented yellow mailbox.
That's what we got here. Smoker on the balcony. Investigate apartment 10. Bird, web class here. There's a bit of a cockatoo. Where's the cockatoos in the book? Go read up on cockatoos in the bookstore.
Hello again, sir. My name is. Feel free to step in and. I'm signalling.
A sudden gush of wind.
Kind of you to.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Oh no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum, but I do my studies at home at the moment. Mum says it's necessary. Mum says it's
Behind her, the wind.
cursed in the way that makes them say that no. Exactly. But we've been doing fine.
We can go in.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games. Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. Oh, that's Auntie Billy. No, sir. I think she is a bad.
Okay, let's go. So we need to find books on cockatoos. Got it.
You've hurt yourself now. I told you not to mess around back there. What are you even trying to accomplish, you fool? You're only making things worse. Stop it. Be cursed? Who said that?
Doesn't feel like it's thriving.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of Bible.
Okay, let's go.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novel.
What's this?
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover. Its beak slightly.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious. It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo.
Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow! Shoot! Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Are you alright? This looked...
What is going on there? I warn you, don't...
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. It's still... That's right. Steady breathe. The room is... It's made of a solid block of wood.
Let's do some healing. Okay, let's leave.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. This button looks new, but someone has...
This button looks new.
It's an off-key melody starts playing after you ring the door.
Kudos! Please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't...
A single beep indicates that the line, you ring the doorbell. But no, all you hear is static. But you ring the doorbell. But nothing. You wait. for a minute or two. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off. You hear static from the inter...
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
The lieutenant exchanged.
It's you. Oh my God.
It's a woman. And no, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please.
Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows through your clothes and you feel...
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
A spot of static overrides her word.
It's so nice to be able to finally...
She sounds... The cold is deep under your skin. As if you would... She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now. Another seagull passes by.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. Silence. Silence. Nothing happens. Silence. No one. No. Hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more...
Okay. No door. Brilliant.
The trash container stands. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Let's try speaking to Kuno again. Why not?
Does Kuno care?
No.
Kuno does.
Okay, we couldn't get into that door earlier.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam.
The woman still had nothing. Her...
Okay.
Nice aggression with the native. Don't let the chief fool you next time.
Not bad advice, actually.
Let's talk about our right to work. When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their ass, beats me.
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious...
I work hard, and I would work even harder if the fuckers would let us work. Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question.
Why do you think they follow because I'm big and loud? No, they follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job.
You've been talking to him for quite a while now.
What's it to you? Big mess. Caused by Union. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, Jamrock, backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
Bars, maybe somewhere sweet. I know bars, every friend. I don't really drink, but work has taken me to.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. We were promised work. We'd be in there. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Yeah. Giant on the bridge that kicked your ass. Head measurer. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer. Why don't you go arrest them instead?
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge. No! I'm not a fighter. I'm a worker.
Well, that went well. I guess I can sell my rubbish for a start.
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine. You're 100% sure you got special hobo cop money for that tear. At least 100% extra tear money. If the numbers on the machine told you otherwise.
Okay.
I guess getting past the man ain't that simple after all. Sorry. Busy surveying the situation. I'm sure you figured wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate harbor machinery. Maybe you could even knock that Kowalson crane over using some remote controls. Or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right? I get it. Hush hush about the...
Something changes in his dis...
All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. It's low in technology, however. First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically, grow him. That's how I do it. You're welcome.
Maybe that would work. We'll have to see.
Okay.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on? I knew you would go straight for the vile cauldron. Everyone does. You need to first learn about Type A and B to appreciate the depraved.
Yeah, I mean...
Yes, it would.
Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Mao, of course. The Mao are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all like a receding genetic pool has led the Mao on reprehensible street parades. In Mao cities like the Vespertine, the other large mondials, overproduction as proven by the Mao and the indigenous people of the indigenous people. The Areopagites are the master. The Areopagites are the latter.
Nature was not capable of more.
Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the. To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear like pinkness is a racial quality that has the Koiko. The Revacholians, halfway tips, the F are a museum of failed chimera. Lesser, the mosquito is born sterile. Then there is the Simin, the Koiko, this but enough. It is cruel to entertain our. You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first act. You need to internalize what you have heard. I cannot possibly imagine. There is nothing. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss.
Rip.
Your love for disco music and venereal disease.
It has happened again.
Another fit of criminal rage. Who are you, in your own words?
Your fist cracks in his hand like a...
The words to the song.
Your hand twists in his grip and the pain blinds.
Good. Now go before you enter cardiac arrest.
Please, stop doing this. You are making us look bad.
Okay.
Welcome to it.
Do continue, sir.
Come on.
I know exactly what you meant. But you see, I'm an officer.
Silence. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
If you learn a punch on the shoulder. Well, I think we all learned something here.
I haven't learned anything.
The lieutenant exhales.
Whatever you say, officer. Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen it. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine. It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of... Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge and all. You might want to change... I'm not the only one. Look, I've read books. The science of racial theory has all been proved. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate down. The problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruders species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory. It's what the kips of boogies. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? Don't push your luck.
Okay. Is there a... There's got to be a way up there that I've not noticed.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are.
You know...
Of course, officers.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant pauses.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have...
Well, the biggest cryptid is, of course, the horrible... The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren... mirage or psychogenous luminance. No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. So that's what makes it so peculiar. There are limits, you see, to how long...
Great. This is great shit. You need more.
Cryobacter catlensis. Yes,
fucking
a
what?
unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Kotla on the Boreal Plateau. Bacterial colony Michanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study. No doubt in hope, yes. The bacteria had...
It's actually a little hard to see, but do go on.
20% immortal bacteria, immortal geologist. That's too wild.
Wow, yes. Impossible everything. After Michanu treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric in there. We can assume that she has been the gnome of Jeroma. Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives
The
never
gnome's
even
venom.
found their bodies
Jesus
because
Christ.
the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue. It was reportedly a small creature with a couple of campers found it when it still took the gnome of Jeroma. And
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't they...
alas, the first sign instead, what an interesting...
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them. Okay, I won't spoil your fun.
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. It could be. Like nothing, it's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor...
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a...
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that plenty. When playing back, the scientists soon discovered they could...
She transforms when speaking about these
They realized that they grew quite obsessed with these little... Sequester, Time, Joscan, that is a sad story. They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending...
This lady really should be a teacher. She's really good.
No, dear.
Great regret.
After that...
Of course.
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what? I'm glad you like them, but...
Okay. Ooh, he's back.
The man ponders his cooking utensil. He looks up at you, then look. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. He smiles and...
Okay.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting? What you want is of no significance. Aggressive? You make your...
So you...
Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask. Or get back to your commanders. Get sober.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Bruta. Lower intestine? The term is fascism, Brota. You're going to keep your vooz, right? Keep your vooz, Brota. There's a slow... It is one of big...
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I probably should have saved before speaking to this guy again.
Again.
Good.
We hang.
Didn't they teach?
You're pretty sure you've had at least certainly enough to not put up with this backsass. Deliver a knock.
Now you listen to me, Sonny Jim. The author showed the victim's hands weren't tied, no sign of struggle. Explain this and make it simple.
Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, capo.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clubbed him in the back of the head. He went...
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Right fucking here. Eugene already told you that the fuck had started coming to our...
Yeah, man, weren't you listening?
They keep speaking for Titus, so that he wouldn't...
My fucking elbow, Copper. Samaran boxing style.
Actually,
Rip.
They're admirably, surprisingly composed. Well, this one...
Like what, Copper? Yeah, lawman.
Not in the arresting mood?
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away. Easy. Walk back from the provocation. There are...
Look, coppers, I know you think you're doing your job here, but there are 7 of us, and...
The bore's the size of your eye. I can almost see the stars. The last thing you hear is a little murmur. Not a blast. Not an echo.
I might be making a mistake.
Screams. It's... More dead cops. Sad news from the district of Martinez, as the bodies of 2 police officers are found floating in the canal. It is believed the officers were pursuing a murder investigation, but got caught in the dock workers' strike and were gunned down under unclear circumstances. Such needless loss of life is truly tragic, a local union leader, Everard Clare, commented, and added that although the event is truly horrid, we can expect similar incidents to follow if right-wing vigilantes are allowed to run around uncontrolled and try to wriggle their way into well-organized...
Well. Whoops. Where did I last save? Fuck. Half an hour ago. Rip. Well, I'll be coming back to that. I'm going to finish off for now. I'll be back on a bit later. I'll chat to you guys later. Have a good one.